Sorry, my voice is a bit rusty. And we see CJ Entertainment from Korea. They are doing a JV with True Thailand and Thailand as well. So yeah, I think really moving forward, we have to identify those strategic partners in the space. If our next market is, let's say, Thailand or Singapore, let's say, we'll have to find a strategic partner in the space and enter the space accordingly. But those are the trends that I've been seeing for the OTT space.
Okay. So I guess you can say that the approach is first Indo, and then I guess we could say the Asia Pacific, APAC region, Southeast Asia, and then global trends, right?
Global is a bit difficult because I think Hollywood content has already been dominated by the major 3-4 players in the market. But Asian content, there's definitely some room for that. I think the next wave of content, because Korea now is already the best in Asia, and the next wave would be Thai content. Thai is increasing their productions at a rapid scale, and also in terms of their volumes and quality. And even the government is already supporting their initiatives to actually offer tax rebates in the country for productions. So those initiatives, actually, a lot of players and the stakeholders working together in the industry to create a landscape or like an ecosystem that actually flourishes the whole production ecosystem. Yeah.
Interesting. And I think my last question, specific towards Vision Plus, it goes back to the Indonesian market, right? So when it comes to the Indonesian entertainment industry, how does Vision Plus contribute to the growth and development? And what steps is the platform taking in order to foster, I guess you can say, the local talent and creativity in a landscape where foreign content, often dominates, right?
Yeah, we always believe in new talents. We have always been quite a believer for new faces, fresh faces. We don't want to always see the same talents on the screen over and over again. I think there's many untapped potential for the film industry. We're the first one of the first OTT to create productions. So we created the space already, and we created the systems for the OTT productions in the industry for Indonesia. And we try to work with as many stakeholders as possible. For instance, we're working with Parekraf. They're creating a program actually called Scene, which is a scene development for scriptwriters all over Indonesia, from Pekanbaru, Malang, some other areas in Indonesia. And we're tapping into that program to actually develop those scripts into actual output on OTT. So those are ways we can approach and also give room for talent to grow in the space, not only hiring the same people and over again, but also experimenting, matching the seniors with the respected seniors and the younger talents, emerging, aspiring talents. We're basically the middleman for all that.
Really cool how you decide and finding out the potential within untapped potential as well. I think that is very, very interesting. And I think with that being said, that does mark, unfortunately, due to the time constraint, that does mark the ending of our talk show for the day. But that is not all, because I would like to bring the stage back to the audience for a questions and answer session. So if anyone would like to ask any questions towards our speakers today, right over here, our very respectable speakers, because I'm pretty sure that there's still a lot of questions that we can ask. I still have a lot of questions that I actually wanted to ask. So if you do want to ask anything, do please go ahead and raise your hand, and the committee will assist upon bringing yourself a microphone. First of all, anyone? There you go. Okay, we have our first question right over here on the right side.
So good morning. So I kind of want to ask, because right now we're in Indonesia and I don't think it's affected the Indonesian market yet, but I think you're aware of the Writers Guild of America protests. Yeah. So I kind of want to ask regarding that, because both of you work in the streaming industry and the entertainment industry. So are you currently facing this issue, or is there a way that you want to mitigate this issue from coming into your company? I think, yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
So yeah, it hasn't really affected Indonesia in a negative way. Actually, a lot of international players are looking at the Southeast Asian region because there are no issues with creating content for the time being. So as we continue to create content and they're struggling to create content, it shifts the focus to, hey, what content can be created in this region that works on a global scale? And as far as handling writers, we have a very good relationship with our writers, and we try to maintain a good relationship with our writers. So we haven't faced any major issues up till now. and we will do our best to avoid any major issues in the future.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you for the answer, and also thank you very much for the question too. Hopefully that does clarify everything now. And would you like to also elaborate on anything? Yeah.
No, that hasn't really impacted Indonesia, but there is a trend actually in Korea where the filmmakers are shifting away from OTT and they're trying to create their own content funds to have ownership of their IP. I think this is also inspired by the whole wave of blockchain technology. Everybody wants to have ownership of their creation, right? So this might pose a potential risk for OTTs in the future. I'm not sure, it hasn't arrived here, but there has been some shift to that full self-ownership of content.
It's like people making cinematography, high quality cinematography in YouTube just so that they can have full IP, full control, and full ownership rights, right? Okay, interesting, interesting. And I do think we still have time for maybe about 2 to 3 more questions. So if anyone would like to ask, okay, we have one from the left side of the audience here.
So first of all, thank you so much for the insightful sharing session. So I guess my question is like, based on our research while preparing for this presentation, we see that there is actually a very huge demand. Like the top genres that Indonesian consumers prefer is like action, drama, and comedy. And while Indonesian local production houses has been focusing more on like comedy and drama genre, because we see that it's actually lower in budget compared to like usual action movies. So we see like there's an untapped local demand for like Indonesian action local movies. So while we see that it is also like we're also competing with like international market like Hollywood movies who actually produce really good action movies, but we also like have instances for like Indonesian action movies that actually went pretty viral, which is like Stealing Raden Saleh or Mencuri Raden Saleh. So I guess my question is, what's like the prospect of action movies in Indonesia or in general? What's like what's the attitude that production houses take into like experimenting or tapping into like different genres outside from comedy and dramas?
I mean, coming from a production house, we do explore any and all opportunities. The biggest issue with action is, yes, as you mentioned, the budget is significantly higher than everything else. So for an action film to be a success, there has to be the potential for a very high return, either theatrically or if it goes straight to OTT, the funding has to be significant from them. If it's a direct to OTT title, or if it is to be licensed to them, then there needs to be multiple revenue streams. Because if you just make a action film that isn't 110%, people aren't going to appreciate it. With comedy, with drama, as long as you get the emotions across, you can still attract an audience, you can still please the viewer. But if you're going to have an action movie and the choreography is not great, if the special effects are under par, and then on top of that, we have to compete with budgets that are 10 times, 50 times our local budget, how do you compete against that? Like of course, there has been certain successes that have a very cultural aspect, and realistically, the number of films that succeed are very few compared to the number of action films that do fail. So it's a very high risk option, but it's something that people are still willing to take a risk on as long as the idea behind it and the preparation and the budget is there. Is that everything, or do any other questions?
Yeah, and would you like to add upon that as well? I think that's all right. Yeah, it's a bit specific, that's true, yeah. All right, and we actually have time for one last question. Once again, last chance. If you'd like to ask a question towards our wonderful speakers here today, this is your last chance. So would anyone like to? All right, we have one right over here from the last side for our last question.
Okay, thank you for the questions. This is such an honor for me to ask the question for you. Okay, with the rise of productions today and a lot of success too, what kind of step can the Indonesian film industry take to be able to compete with Hollywood films with good quality and lots of things that support this film? While Indonesian film industry, we know that maybe a lot of aspect that not support Indonesian movie. So what a step that we can apply in film Indonesian film industry to compete with Hollywood movie? Thank you.
I mean, if you're looking at Hollywood versus Indonesia, it's a very different market because Hollywood itself is a $100 billion+ yearly industry, whereas Indonesia itself is still below $1 billion, if I'm not mistaken, annually. So with that in mind, we try to create local content that still resonates with the viewers. That's our number one priority because we're not going to be able to make a Marvel film in Indonesia. We can try our best, but there's going to be a difference in quality, in story, and in overall acceptance. But when you come out making a religious drama or a comedy that's filled with cultural aspects, people are going to be like, "Hey, this is still fun to watch. Let's do this." And of course, yeah, the budget is different, the production quality is different, and as the industry grows, there are more opportunities to create bigger budgets as long as there's still the demand for it. So, I mean, realistically, yeah, there are some titles that we've seen make multi-million dollars in theatrical release, but at the same time, you have to understand the risk behind it. There are so many more films that have not been successful theatrically, and you have to find the balance for your company to make sure, hey, is this a risk we're willing to take? Are we going to try and make a huge budget production without understanding where the market is going to be? Or have we found a market where it's going to work, where, okay, we can allocate this much, let's make it the best as possible. It might not be as good as Hollywood, but people are still going to appreciate it. So you find the balance for yourself there.
All right. And with that being said, that does mark the ending of our Q&A session too. Once again, I would say, first of all, thank you very much to Clarissa and also Padido. My bad. Apologies. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, once again, that is all the time that we have. And thank you so much to everyone who has participated very enthusiastically throughout this talk show. But remember that it is not over as the competition goes on even after this. So please do keep on going and do your best. Lastly, in order to commemorate this moment with all of us here, I would like to invite both of our speakers here for a photo session. And so, operations, I would also like to request your assistance to prepare for this too. How was that, everyone? That was really cool now, wasn't it? Once again, can we have a round of applause for our speakers for today? Now, I'm sure that we all were able to learn a lot from this talk show, and even I did, and I had a great time talking with them as well. And hence, I believe that we should have a quick toilet break whilst the committee is also preparing to our next event, the actual competition itself. So if you are in need to maybe go to the toilet really quick, you have about 2 to 3 minutes to do so, whilst the committee will take care of and prepare for the actual competition itself. And so, first of all, before I hand it over to the competition team later as well, I would like to say best of luck, everyone, and all the best.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Universitas Prastia Mulia. My name is Tanoesoedibjo, and today I will be your moderator for the grand final session. Before we start, let me explain to you all the rules and regulations that may apply in this session. First, there will be 2 rounds of debate. In each round, there will be 2 teams debating. Each team will be given the opposing team's PowerPoint and will have 7 days to prepare it. The total duration of each round will be 34 minutes, where the first speakers from both teams will be given 3 minutes to present their stance. The second speaker from both teams will have 5 minutes to defend their stance and or attack the opposing teams. After this, there will be a 7 minutes dedicated to an unmoderated caucus round where participants can interrupt one another. Then will be followed by the third speaker from both teams will be given 2 minutes to conclude their ideas. And after each round of debate, there will be 5-minute feedback session from the judges. Lastly, participants must not use any profanities and or attack other participants with sensitive or personal subjects, for example, gender, race, religion, etc. Participants will be given 2 warnings before a point deduction. And here are our grading criteria, which consist of understanding of the topic, communication, manner, and method. For the first debate session, Team FBR and Team Fountain of Youth will go first. For the teams, you may go up on the stage. The first team to speak will be the first speaker from Team FBR. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. Good luck.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. Before we start, let me introduce my team first. My name is Salsa Beriskina as the first speaker, and in here we have Fikram Maulana Aziz as a second speaker, and the last one is Restu Soleh Maulidan as a third speaker. And we are from Presiden University, majoring in management. The film industry, technological, artistic, and business aspect in the creation, production, and promotion and distribution of the films, while film is another tool for the convey message readily to audience for anyone. Hedonism is a behavior that consider pleasure and material enjoyment as the main goals in their life, which is usually called by consumerism behavior. Then the dynamic relationship between film and hedonism is usually shown by the actors. There is the with the everyday life, for example, Hollywood films that emphasize for the hedonism, namely is the film Limitless from the USA, which details about someone who achieves success from the dark, which greatly affects a person's economic life beside being extravagant, also show behavior hedonism. In the today's era, in we are in the digital era, temporary people or the even escape, it makes people become hedonistic if they go to the cinema, as well as the high cost of the production in a film, which become of the out of control and even crash hedonistic expectation behavior from the existence of the producer expectation. And on the topic of discussion, this about the regarding films preference and producer strategy. To increase the value of the films, we can use an appropriate marketing strategy is needed, knowing what the factor influence, and we get to know about thinking the impact in the future. However, before determining about the strategy marketing, we should to overcome this and we should to know about what the customer preference like, their need, they wants, and the demand. So we can know about the film the audience towards. Furthermore, about determining the marketing strategy that is usually used, namely social media marketing or social media specialist, which is can be done by utilizing social media or to leverage the social media, like we can do virality and updating trending content and words of the mouth, which is the often carry out for the anyone. Determining the right marketing strategy can give the influence and have an impact on the film industry needed to production cost, film location, and the last one is actor. We must to know about the market research to increase our films to get to know audience. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you from Team FBR. Continuing on, the first speaker from Team Fountain of Youth will speak. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. Good luck.
Good morning, esteemed judges, opposing teams, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Charlene as the first speaker for Fountain of Youth team, and my first stances will be discussing about our strategies and our thought on the opposing team strategies. So we have a similar view on the strategies about imposing social media trends and fear of missing out and the phenomenon and the campaigns and marketing trends. But we believe that the opposing team have failed to answer question number 2 properly, as it asks what their decision impact the film industry, and we fail to understand that the opposing team have answered what their impact is. As we believe that the question asks if it impacts the film industry, and they failed, and they have not failed also to explain the urgency of this problem, because there will be a need of balance in between theater goers and streaming service consumers, because we believe there will be a need for a competitive market. And the reason why, because if everyone chooses to abandon streaming services and go to theaters, there will be a a change in the market, as only big film production can go to theaters, which can also create a problem. And because of that, only like film small makers only rely to streaming services. And also because of the lack of consumers going to theaters compared to streaming services, it will die due to lack of consumers, and there will be less options for audience, be it in terms of variety and genres, and less inclusivity, because huge production houses will avoid the risk of discussing sensitive topics and making controversies, because it will risk their audiences and their movie. We also believe that there is still a lot of Indonesian movies and series that are often still publicized in streaming services and still rely on streaming services such as Indonesian series, Slice of Life, especially. It's still publicized mostly in streaming services. So we believe that it is important to have a balance. It is a good strategy to bring people to theaters, but it will also help to promote people to still be in streaming services. And lastly, we also believe that you fail to emphasize in investing in professionals such as lawyers, because we believe that their legal issue is also one of the biggest problem in the film industry.
Unfortunately, your time is up, Team Fountain of Youth. Next, we will continue with the 5-minute session. Team FBR will start. The second speaker will have 5 minutes to defend or attack the opposing team. The timer will start as soon as you start speaking.
Okay, thank you. Here, maybe I can start from film industry and hedonistic leisure. As we know that today is leisure sector is growth. So there is the relationship between film industry and hedonistic leisure. For what time people use their spare time, and we try to relate it with film industry. So there is a problem. In light of the first movie successes driven by trending and viral sensations, so many obstacles faced with accelerating with the film companies or film productions in Indonesia. So here I have 6 strategies to promote other movie effectively. I think these 6 strategies important if film companies apply it for current situations. The first one is leverage social media and virality. Engaging with social media platforms to create buzz and excitement around the movie can lead to viral sensations. Creating teaser trailers, behind-the-scenes content, and interactive campaign can encourage audience participation and word-of-mouth sharing. And then cultivate trending content. Trending movie often rely on positive review and sustained popularity, and film companies can focus on high-quality content. And then strategic timing, release date can greatly impact the movie success, coordinating release with holidays, long weekends, so on and so forth. And then audience engagement, such as actively engage with the audience through pre-release event, fun interactions, and promotional campaigns. And then we move for the problem, maybe for the opposing team, assume us that fail to attach some our argument here. No, we are discussing about primary factor that influence individual decisions to watch a movie in theaters than opting for the convenience of streaming services. And we already attached 4 reasons why they took the decisions to watch the movie in the theaters. The first one is here visual and auditory experience, and then social experience, and even escapism, and then nostalgia and traditions. And we don't put what is the impact for the film industry in Indonesia. So we still maintain our argument. Here, we discuss about the reason why people go to the theaters. We can differentiate between go to the theaters and watch the stream movie. Both of this industry are good. But here we have to know that the reason and the impact of film industry. Maybe in theaters, they have visual and auditory experience where theaters settings provide immersive visual, large screen, sound, surround sound, and advanced technology in there. But in streaming service, maybe we can watch it anywhere and we have to wait it for a long time. And then social experience, yeah, absolutely difference between we go to the theaters and then watching the movie in a streaming service. This is over real-time communal experience for share enjoyment. Maybe for streaming service, they still can enjoy, but different vibe between go to the theaters and then watching the movie through stream service. Because, for instance, we can go together to the theaters. Yeah, the point is the difference. The point is differentiations between feelings and vibe between theaters and stream service, and then even escapism. Maybe hard for us to understand what is even an escapism means.
I'm sorry, Team FBR. Unfortunately, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Team Fountain of Youth may continue this session. This timer will start the moment you start speaking.
Okay, so good morning, esteemed judges, opposing teams, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samantha. As the second speaker of Fountain of Youth team, I would first like to rebut the stance of the opposing team and proceed to elucidate on my team's stance and how the strategies we propose is more effective. Firstly, I believe that the second speaker of the opposing team has mentioned about the pros of theaters. Now, I would like to emphasize that we do understand that the opposing team have mentioned the benefits of theaters as compared to streaming services. However, what we are actually saying regarding your lack is you fail to provide the rationale between how, when consumers purely choose theaters over streaming services, and how it will affect the film industry as a whole. I believe that there is also experts that have already mentioned that now with the switching in consumer preferences, there's also a need for streaming services, and we believe that there needs to be a balance between theater goers as well as streaming services. Just now, like the first speaker of my team have mentioned that in streaming services, this creates more freedom for production houses, and it also provides more variety for consumers to choose the type of content that they would like to. This also allows production houses to explore sensitive issues and also give light to marginalized groups in order to provide a fresh and new experience. And moving on to why we believe that the strategies our team has proposed is better. First, we would like to mention that we have mentioned in our presentation about user-generated content. So we believe that in Indonesia, there's many creative individuals who would like to share their stories. These can range from smaller writers who shares their stories in smaller platforms. And we believe that production houses can actually work together with these individuals in order to actually be able to produce the works that they have created come into life in the big screen. So for example, there's also creators who create like small series or comics. So these allows the series to gain a stable audience first, and when it actually is produced into a bigger screen, they already have a stable audience in which there will be a guaranteed amount of people to go and see those contents. And then there has also been instances in Indonesia movies where production houses engage in smaller writers. For example, the movie KKN. So it started from a Twitter thread in which the writers shared their stories, and it become really viral, and the production house were able to take that and produce it into a big screen. So we believe that through collaborating and adaptation from user-generated content, it can be beneficial for both the production houses as well as promoting the creativity of individuals in Indonesia. Our team also proposed that another strategies that production house can take is adaptations of classic. We believe that in Indonesia itself, there are many classic tales and folk tales that the people have created, and this can actually be created into a spin-off in which it can become more relatable with the values of the current generation and gather a lot audiences. And lastly, I think we also like to emphasize that although the opposing team have stated that streaming services, they don't provide visual and auditory experience, we actually believe in the opposite, because in theaters, it doesn't allow any interactive experience. There has been a new type of content in streaming services which allows audience to also like decide their own, like they can choose their own options and how the ending will be. So that is definitely a type of content that we believe
I'm
can be
sorry,
explored.
Team Fountain of
Thank you.
Youth. Your time is up. Thank you for Team Fountain of Youth. We will continue to the next session, which is the unmoderated caucus. Any teams may start and any speaker may speak and to interrupt each other. It is preferable for you to stand up because it will be easier for you to see the timer on the laptop. Good luck.
Okay. Here, I would like to emphasize again that, yeah, I can say a balance between go to the theaters and then watching the streaming services. Because watch the movie from home, maybe it can easy for us to access rather than we go to the theaters. But here, I would like to explain that the sensations or the feelings or enjoyment for the watcher is different between go to the theaters and then watch the movie from home. And yeah, if we talk about the impact for film industry, we can look at the box office revenues that it can really give some the change of financial for box office in the film industry in theaters and then streaming services.
Okay, I would like to emphasize that we understand that there might be a difference in experience when you choose theaters over streaming services. However, seeing that your team seems to really agree with theaters instead of streaming services, then we would like to ask what and like how will that decision of only choosing theaters will impact the streaming service industries? Because that is also like a potential market and an industry. And again, we've mentioned when it comes to theaters, usually production houses that can launch their works in theaters are it tends to be bigger production houses. So what about the smaller production houses that can only afford to release their work in streaming services? If there are no audience in streaming services, that means there will be no audience for these smaller companies and they will eventually die. So that is what we are trying to point out, the fact that you did not mention how it will work for the streaming services and the industry within that. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I want to answer about we can use the strategic, like maybe as my friend said before, we can use the leverage social media and virality because it's a very important in digital era, and then we can use the qualitative and updated trending content, strategic timing and viral campaign like the Barbie films, and we can use the content interactive collaboration with influencer like giving a real review, and we can, the last one is audience engagement, we can give the review and why the theaters in the cinema it's so very hype because we can see in the visual like maybe more detail, and then we can feel and see about the event and escape like social experience, and we can know about the nostalgia and tradition, and so the strategy is so very important. Maybe we can use the word of mouth.
Okay, I will add. As you mentioned in your argument that word of mouth, hedonistic lifestyle, fear of missing out, consumer preference, correct? That's actually what we can include it with the factor word of mouth. Maybe in the theaters you can see like this, so on and so forth, rather than in stream service, and then this actually the hedonistic lifestyle as well, and then fear of missing out. I think aspect that important why people choose more go to the theaters actually from the tools or some uh, experience, actually experience and moment in the theaters itself. And that's actually why people choose and take decisions towards the movie from the theaters.
All right. So once again, we want to emphasize that we agree with your idea that theaters are a good place to publicize a movie and why people should go to theaters. But again, the topic of the presentation was a movie preference. So the difference in our presentation was you agree to for people to opting out to theaters compared to streaming services, meaning that you want people to go to theaters and abandon streaming services. While we try to argue that we believe people should have a balance in going theaters and streaming services because they both are business market that is very important for to support small film producers and big film producers. And
Yeah, so just like what my teammate have mentioned, as you can see also like bigger production houses, they have also actually moved on to having their own streaming services. So we're not saying that people should stop going to theaters, no, but what we're just trying to say is that your presentation and your stance have mentioned the lack of importance of streaming services in nowadays society. And in relation to the theme of hedonistic leisure itself, we believe that there's surely a difference in experience when you go to theaters and streaming services. However, there will also be certain experiences that you do not get in streaming services instead of theaters. For example, the comfort of your own house, right? So yes, we would just like to emphasize on that.
Okay, talk about consumer preference. I don't like people go to the theaters is good, or I keep maintain that why people go to the theaters and leave the tradition to watch the
I'm
movie.
sorry, teams, but the time is up. Okay, we will continue on with the last session, which is for the third speaker from both teams will have 2 minutes to conclude their ideas. The timer will start as soon as you start speaking.
Okay, thank you for the conclusion for our ideas is why we choose theaters than streaming service because sometimes there are so many websites or illegal streams provides that provide movie that currently have such as frivolous kakak di sebenarnya film or there are lots of illegal channels that distribute for video illegally which harm the filmmakers and legal streaming service. And for the conclusion for our ideas in the film industry, hedonistic leisure is closely related to audience preferences, and to achieve success in the film industry is imperative to establish a connection with the viewers and deliver an enjoyable cinematic experience that we believe that in theaters they can feel more reaction and share their emotion fully and for and this entails the understanding of audience preferences and expectation and skill of execution of creative vision. And ultimately, a movie success hinges on its ability to captivate and engage the audience, leaving a lasting impression and inspiring further interest on the art of filmmaking. Okay, maybe that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Team FBR. Team Fountain of Youth, you may conclude your ideas. The timer will start as soon as you start speaking.
All right. We want to make our last stances, and from the beginning, we want to discuss about your how you effectively promote the movies. So you mentioned about involving influencers and strategic timing and else, but we also say that it's also important to invest in professionals such as legal professionals and those who is a professional in working at their field, because what if the influencer wrong advertised or what if they made the wrong move and it ended up making a disadvantage to the movie. That's why it is also important to invest in other professionals that is also on their field that is involved in the film production. And then we want to also discuss about the way you say you keep emphasizing on why people should choose theaters, why people should choose theaters. Well, we agree that theaters is a good place for people to watch movies, but then we want to emphasize once again that in the business perspective, market is good for competition. So we want a market that have competition, and if we block streaming services entirely, then there will be no competition for small business film production, and it will be less inclusivity and less genre. While the government is also trying to promote educational shows and educational digital content, and if we block that and only rely on theaters, we're basically also blocking the government program and what the government want to try to do. And lastly, we want to discuss about the strategies for future content creation. We believe that your content creation strategies is already good, as we mentioned also the same thing in our presentation. But we believe that our strategy is better because we create more innovative strategies and not only responsive to feedback and data analysis, but we also try to make user-generated content such as
Your time is up, Team Fountain of Youth. Okay, thank you for both teams for the debate session. Next, we will continue with the feedback session by the judges.
Thank you, both teams, FBR and Fountain of Youth, for sharing your ideas about the case study. You had similar overlap, but of course, varying concepts. I feel that there would have been better response coming back to the questions that were provided. They posed very important questions about the balance between theater and streaming, and you focus mostly on the personal experience of theater audiences. That may be based on your personal opinions, which is 100% valid, but you have to understand that the national environment is very different. It varies from just how you experience it, but how other people's experience of streaming and theater going is. Yes, theaters do provide an area that is mostly lacking distractions. It provides an environment that has good technology, viewing and for auditory experiences. But nowadays, the social experience is available for streaming also. You can invite your friends, you can invite your family, you can watch it at the comfort of your own home. So you have to find the balance there, and it would have been nice to hear more about answering their questions as opposed to just your personal opinion.
Okay, thank you, first of all, from FBR and Fountain of Youth for your interesting ideas towards the study, the case study. Uh, First of all, perhaps I would like to congratulate you in terms of having a courage to joining the competitions. You know, it's not an easy one, in my opinion. It's perhaps very frightening for you to, speak up your ideas in front of a lot of people and spectacular judges, right? So congratulations on doing this presentations. A little feedback towards the discussions. I think I have a very similar notes with Pa Dido, where I think both of the groups still hasn't really touched on the consumer preference, like who is your consumers and how they are different to one another, like what group of people do you want to target, for example, in cinema or in OTT streaming, yeah. So I think if you can go back first to what's in it in the market, and then drive what you get from it, and trying to tailor the strategy, it will be much more kind of impactful to certain way that can convince the judges that it might work, the strategies might work. Yeah, I think that will be it from me.
Yeah, no, I was trying to follow the conversation for both. Congratulations, by the way. Um, I do think there is a little lack in comprehensive overview of the whole industry. I think there was some arguments that were made that was very quite, I wouldn't say one-sided, but it was very focused on some certain matters that you could have elaborated more in terms of the whole overview of the ecosystem. But overall, I really liked some of the arguments made by the Fountain of Youth team. I was really waiting for the reasons why you should ban OTT, because I was really interested in how that would pan out actually. So I didn't really get convinced on that part of the argument. But overall, I think the teamwork also could have been done a little more better across teams. I think in order to create a solid argument, there should be more consistency across each team members. But overall, congratulations.
Okay, thank you for the judges. Next we will continue on with the next debate session. The next debate session will have Team Harapan Rendah and Team Dan Chengers. For both teams, you may go up the stage. Again, it is preferable for you to stand in order to see the timer properly. Okay, we will start the first session of debate number 2. The first team to speak will be Team Harapan Rendah. So the first speaker from Team Harapan Rendah, you may start. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. Good luck.
As we convene, we stand at the crossroads of cinematic world profoundly reshaped by the winds of change with COVID-19 steering the tides. Theatrical experiences transform, streaming soared, and consumer preferences underwent a metamorphosis in this evolving landscape. Against the backdrop of these seismic changes, we have assembled with a specific purpose: the careful supervision of a strategical proposal, one that elegantly unfolds its standards amid the dynamic currents characterizing the film industry. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, fellow debaters, and our attentive audience, please allow me the honor to introducing the member of our team, representing the esteemed Team Harapan Rendah. I'm Natafia Tanuwijaya, joined by my distinguished colleagues, Estella Christie and Kim Song-yoon. Today we gather to navigate a crucial discussion that will shape the trajectory of the film industry in the coming years. In this age of technological leaps and creative innovations, we stand before you to challenge a strategy that seems to be founded on shaky grounds. As the inaugural speakers on this platform, I'm profoundly honored to present our stance, a stance that meticulously examines the plausibility and credibility of the strategy laid out by our counterparts. This strategy is buttressed by two key pillars. Firstly, the propositions to incorporate virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality into the Indonesian film industry. And secondly, the versatility of your strategy. The feasibility of incorporating VR, AR, and mixed reality into Indonesia's film industry raises concerns, given the nation's distinct challenges in infrastructure and accessibility. While this technology thrives in the developed markets, their applicability in Indonesia might differ significantly. Additionally, staking the foundations of the strategy on a single sample set questions its overall credibility. An approach that employs more diverse and validated data is imperative for crafting a comprehensive and accurate strategy within the intricate cinematic landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, while our opponent present a strategy that promises a cinematic revolution through advanced technology and data insights, it's crucial that we approach their claims with a critical lens. We must delve into the practicality of adopting these technologies in a country like Indonesia and challenge the validity of the data they use to support their arguments. Our stance is grounded in the need for well-researched, context-sensitive strategies that are both feasible and credible. Thank you.
Thank you from Team Harapan Rendah. Next, the first speaker from Team Dan Shangers may start. The timer will start as soon as you start speaking. Good luck.
Good morning, judges and fellow debaters. So I will start by introducing the main topics today. As a huge growing industry in Indonesia, the movie industry is currently facing a profound challenge, which is the rapidly changing preference of today's consumers. I'm Fioni, with my fellow members, Jaslyn and Dorothy. We would like to start by presenting our stance. In order for production house to better cater to the changing preference of audiences, our group firmly believes and strongly encourage production houses to use the three trust strategies that we suggest to utilize data analytics to conduct market research on consumers' preferences, embracing diverse culture and localizations, and lastly, leveraging virality. These strategies that focus on technologies are more suitable in the long term, and we stand still in our ideas that movies, theater, and OTT streaming platforms are complementary. In the light of this, we would like to point out the points that your groups have mentioned. First of all, your team introduces the agile method to be implemented in the movie industry. We strongly disagree with this method. There are two major flaws in the strategy, being the different in the characteristics of production houses on a coherent narrative, and the difference between, production houses and the tech industry, which is like production houses belong to the creative industry and tech belongs to tech. In the film industry, the driving forces of business and logistics operate differently than in the software. And storytelling in the movie industry focuses on a coherent narrative that is experienced once, unlike software and repetitive user experiences. This brings us to our second point. As we know, movie production is usually divided into three stages: pre-production, production, and post-production. Among these three stages, most of the costs is incurred during post-production, which is during the film editing, sound design, and marketing. It is not very possible to implement the agile method during production and post-production. Considering that compared to foreign box office movies, Indonesian production houses usually do not have the same level of budget that can be allocated into post-production stages, which is usually crucial for the movie success. And we have found real cases in which agile method doesn't work in movie production, such as the movie Waterworld, which became very notorious in its production fail due to over-budgeting by implementing agile method during production. Well, to sum up, although agile method may benefit production houses to be more efficient, however, there's a trade-off between quality and speed, as well as over-budgeting risk that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Dan Chengers. Next will be the next speaker from Team Harapan Rendah. You will have 5 minutes to defend or attack the opposing team.
Okay.
Timer will start as soon as you start speaking.
Okay, so first of all, it's a huge pleasure here to be debating the opposing group. So what we would like to first address, what we would like to do is first address and challenge some fundamental points that was actually brought up by the opposing team. And as we critically examine their arguments, it becomes clear that their strategy might not be as foolproof that it may seem on the surface. And so first, they touched on implementing VR, AR, and mixed realities in their strategy. And they gave an example of using Disney Star Wars VR experience as a beacon of success. However, we must question whether this example truly provides concrete evidence of the benefits of such implementation. And next, we'll be talking about the bankruptcy of, let's say, VR companies that were actually the driving force behind the implementation of this experience, the VR experience, such as The Void and ILM X Lab. And this was because due to financial difficulties that cast serious doubts on the viability of these strategies. They basically openly acknowledged that their financial struggles, even prior to the pandemic, citing the immense operational costs associated with these ventures. Considering the substantial expenses required to deploy these, the VR, AR, and mixed reality as marketing strategies, it's important to address whether the potential revenues generated can indeed justify these high costs. Furthermore, let's not overlook the fact that such experiences often function as a one-time thing or one-time events, raising questions about their sustainability and their sustainability basically for long-term revenue growth. This holds true even in more advanced economies where uncertainties linger about the actual benefits reaped from immersive strategies, let alone in a market like Indonesia. Next, we'll be touching on the point where they mentioned the relationship between theaters and streaming services. While the opposing team paints a picture of harmonious coexistence between theaters and streaming services, we must not disregard the potential limitations of their perspective. Their reliance on dual customers, those who engage in both activities, might inadvertently overlook the behavior and motivations of those who lean toward one mode of consumption. So how does their strategy account for the majority of non-dual consumers? Are they confident that their approach can effectively cater to the diverse range of preferences and motivations within the broader audience landscape? It's essential that we take into consideration the behaviors of those who primarily favor either movie theater attendance or streaming services without substantial overlap. Furthermore, I'd also like to question the notion of complementarity between theaters and streaming services that the opposing team has highlighted in their presentation. Citing a study by Joshua L. Toro Casiano from the University of Puerto Rico, we find that the dynamics might not be as simple as they suggest. The study suggests that while streaming service and theaters might appear to show a level of substitutability, the relationship isn't symmetrical, and people seem more likely to consume more streaming services if the price of a movie ticket increases. But they are not as inclined to consume more theater release movie if the price of streaming services rises. In conclusion, it's crucial to critically examine the foundation of the opposing team strategy, the closure of the bankruptcy of VR companies such as The Void, and the potential limitation of relying solely on dual consumer behavior raise substantial concerns. Furthermore, the dynamics between theaters and streaming services may not be as harmonious as portrayed. Thank you.
Thank you from Team Harapan Rendah. Next will be Team Danshengers. The second speaker may start. The timer will start as soon as you start speaking.
Okay, to answer your question on VR, what we meant was actually for VR to be implemented outside of the movie. And one of the most example was Lion King. They had an AR experience of using an application that lets you interact with the characters. And so we would like to address that we have more other technology where we can put in the movies. But what you mentioned was actually outside of the movie, not in the movie. And for the second question where you addressed that the question of complementary or not, we do believe that OTT services and theatrical releases are complementary as the impact for what was mentioned previously on the talk show was production houses now have do everything from movies, online streaming, and then TV. They do everything. So it's not wise to actually put your eggs in one basket. And a case study we actually put on our presentation was the case how even Netflix put theatrical releases before putting them on the OTT services itself. And it has proved to be a success as it sustained interest. So we do believe that it's still complementary rather than cannibalistic. And to attack your agile strategy, we don't think it's wise to be implemented in production houses. And what you failed to address from what you answered in the last presentation was you failed to address the question, which is to cater to the audience, where your main point was to reduce costs and make it efficient time-wise. But what was previously mentioned in the talk show, it's about the quality. Yes, agile make them faster, but usually production life cycle is at 9 months. And if you want to shorten it, it will be compromising the quality. And the story is very important. And maybe, yes, you can put some flexibility, but in reality, implementation of agile cannot promise that the process would be beneficial creatively. And for example, I searched for where they implemented agile. One of the things they implemented on production process was actually to have inset editing, which we personally think is not wise, since it will affect the whole story, and it will be more expensive in the end if you need to change anything. And one of the most important thing was logistics. With agile concept, it wouldn't be wise as you will be spending more on logistics, and it's proven in some of the movies like The Waterworld itself. And what I saw on the data where they decreased their cost for agile was actually on costumes, location, etc. But it will be compromising the quality. Oh, and to address where you said that it would be cannibalistic and not complementary, we do think that movie tickets, to a certain extent, economically is priced inelastic. As, for example, the theater franchise XXI are planning to be making more cinemas. So it proved that there's a demand for like movie watching, but for like the tickets itself, it's like price inelastic because like in holidays, they tend to charge more expensively, but the volume on watchers are actually like higher on the weekend. So it's like a way that we can gain more profit. Oh, and the artistic nature of film production makes it impossible for Agile to be implemented, as film production is creative and artistic process that often involves a high degree of subjectivity and artistic vision. Agile will prioritize adaptability and iteration based on user feedback, which may not align seamlessly with the artistic decision-making process of filmmaking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you from Team Danshangers. Next, we will continue with the next session, which is an unmoderated caucus. Any speakers from any teams may start. The timer will start as the moment you start speaking.
Okay, thank you for your response. First, I want to respond about your statement about using VR, AR, and mixed reality inside the movie itself. But in the presentation that you provided in the semifinal round, you give the examples of the Star Wars Experience VR that is used as the marketing of or outside the movie itself. And the example that you use actually failed because according to our research, not long after they implement the VR experience, they closed down the company or the experience as they experience a financial troubles. And not to mention itself, a franchise that big in a country that are more advanced in technological and human aspect, it hasn't shown any benefits to be gained to the Star Wars movie itself. However, if it is implemented in Indonesia, how could you be sure that it could work?
Okay, since my friend here mentioned that your representation or your example was actually a mistake, which you said before. And so the VR was actually used for marketing. So it was for post-production, right? And implementing VR and AR also actually requires a high budget and is also very time consuming, especially in countries such as the US, where we have to take into account that for such technology, for such strategy to implement technology within their companies, we have to look at certain aspects such as the economic position of the country, the technological advancements within the country, how technological savvy are the people within the country, and also we have to also realize one certain market is certain geographical location cannot be, I would say, be the same with other geographical location. And since let's minimize the scope a bit to the Indonesian market. So how do you, if you think it's still feasible, then why is it that production companies here in Indonesia has not yet implemented the VR, AR, and mixed realities in their marketing strategy? That's one. And second is, if you think that it's feasible and you encourage to do so, then can you tell us how we can overcome the problems such as the high budget costs, as well as you have to know whether or not the market is ready? And yeah, that will be it.
Okay, first of all, we would like to address that we actually have like several strategies other than VR or AI, but we do have like other strategies such as dynamic market research with data analytics, and then what we said, immersive technologies such as VR, and then we have like cultural sensitivity and collaborative co-creation, and harnessing virality and ethical impact. So to address your question, why it haven't been implemented, maybe it may be costly, but we're still in the experimentation phase that you may like not have like.
Okay, so maybe name me one company that's experimenting on such strategy.
We would first like to attack that your only strategy, which is agile, is not feasible in the market. And from what the last presentation said, could you please give us a practical example of how agile work in the film industry?
Okay, so for agile to work, you have to basically since it focuses on iterative development, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to change the whole script to the point where it does not maintain overall narrative coherence or the core narrative of it. And as you realize, in scripts, there are certain aspects in films that is flexible, which is why maintaining stability within scripts is very important. And this can be done by focusing on areas where flexibility is possible, such as scene execution, different camera angles, lighting, shot compositions, and even explore different nuances in character interactions. An example where I can give you like a real example on where it was implemented in a real life movie. So an example would be, let's say, in the iterative practices is Mad Max. The movie Mad Max, I'm pretty sure everyone has heard Mad Max, Fury Road. And basically the filmmaker used storyboards to visualize and plan action sequences, allowing collaboration and communication among its team. These storyboards allow creative adjustment based on feedback from the team and real-world constraint. And then touching on the point where they mentioned that it's impossible to actually change post-production, that's actually pretty false. I can give you like many examples in which that happened. So let's say the first example would be Star Wars Rogue One. I'm pretty sure everyone heard of Star Wars, right? So basically, during the early test screenings, the ending didn't really resonate with the audience because the audience wanted the more uplifting story. So what the producer did, they did extensive reshoot. Yes, it is costly. Yes, it is time consuming, but it did reap the benefits. They are one of the most successful films, crossing over $1 billion. And this shows that even after post-production, it's actually possible to actually change, even in extreme cases like Star Wars. And if I can give you a local.
Sorry, I would like to cut you off, but I would like to ask, like, in which part of the production process do you actually want the agile to be implemented? Because in here, aside from that, you also touch on the point where our VR, AR, and mixed technology will be constraining on our budget, but your own methodology, which is the agile itself, the agile flexibility could lead to the scope creep and also budget overruns if not managed properly in the context of film production. So your words actually contradict your own methodology.
Like in what way? Can you elaborate more on that, please?
Which one? Is it the budget constraint?
No, the whole thing. Like, can you slow it down?
Oh, we were mentioning about the budget constraints. You mentioned how our VR, AR, and mixed reality will higher up, will cause a high overhead. But instead, your own agile is not possibly gonna work because it will increase the budget constraints for your methodology.
Okay, so what I mentioned was technically not say. I say that yes, it is budget consuming and time consuming by implementing agile, but it is also consuming for VR and AR. And we have to take into account, let's say, one point where it is very possible for filmmakers to actually refine and adjust scripts to make it better for to resonate more with the audience, such as Star Wars. And
unfortunately, teams, the time is already up. The next session will be the third speaker from both teams. Team Harapan may start. The 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking.
Okay. As we near the conclusions of this engaging debate, I'd like to reaffirm the strength and superiority of our strategy. While our opponents have presented a compelling argument, allow me to elucidate why our strategy stands for the better choices in a dynamic landscape. Our opponent's strategy hinges on success stories like the Disney Star Wars VR experience. While these cases do capture attention, we must examine the broader context. The closure of the Void company due to the financial challenges underscore the risk tied to such technologies, particularly in unique markets like Indonesia itself. The issue of high operational costs cannot be ignored. However, our strategy meticulously considers this. By basing our approach on a diverse and validated data approach, we are embracing a comprehensive understanding of audience behavior and preferences. This inclusiveness ensures that our strategy is founded solely on a particular segment, like the opponent, which is the dual consumer, but caters to the entire audience spectrum. Furthermore, we challenge the notion of one-time immersive experience as a sustainable growth model. Our strategy prioritizes longevity and adaptability. It recognizes that the cinematic landscape is ever evolving, and it is built to withstand the test of time, offering a consistent value to both our audience and stakeholders. As we discuss the dynamic between theaters and streaming, our stance transcends dual consumers. It embraces the preferences of non-dual consumer as a significant audience subset. By factoring in their perspective, our strategy caters to the true breadth of audience engagement. In conclusion, as we reflect upon the insight presented by both sides, it becomes evident that while our opponent's strategy showcased innovation, but the strategy put forth by the team Harapan Indah emerges as the quintessential choices. Our approach stands strong, fortified by its encompassing, holistic, and sustainable foundation. We humbly hold to a conviction that our path embodies the essence of ushering in an era where meticulous research and context-sensitive strategy paved the way for a redefined cinematic realm. We extended our heartfelt appreciation for your thoughtful consideration of our stance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you from Team Harapan Rendah. Team Dan Schenkers, third speaker may speak.
We would like to address that our strategy is not only the VR AR, and we have 4 strategies actually. If you actually listen to our presentation, it was the dynamic market research. We also have that. We also have our immersive technologies and cross-media integration. We also have cultural sensitivity and collaborative co-creation, and also harnessing reality and ethical impact, while your only methodology that you mentioned was the agile. And we strongly believe that the success of production houses is actually not entirely driven by aligning the content to the ever-shifting desires of the audiences. Factors such as consistency and brand identity, distribution and exhibition, talent acquisition, and also collaboration, along with many others, contribute to it. By conducting dynamic market research and personalization as a strategy that we mentioned, cultural sensitivity and co-creation, harnessing reality and ethical impact makes up strategies that can be carried on with to support production houses in catering the audience's preferences, where any measures will be speculated and conducted not during, but before and after the film production, where in your presentation you mentioned that you would also like to intervene in between midway through the production process. Predicting the future instead of going on with the already viral contents or trends and preferences and adapting to it will work better, or shall I say best. This not only allows production houses to lead the updated content, but is ahead of its competitors as well. If film production houses apply the strategies you propose and emphasize, of which is the agile methodology, speed is prioritized over quality, where it is not the kind of strategy effective in this case, mainly because films have short life cycle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you from Team Dan Schenkers. Thank you from both teams. And before we start the feedback session, let us have a 1.5 hour break. So for all of you who wants to have a Friday prayers, you may go down to the canteen where the prayers will be held nearby. Oh, we can, oh, okay. So before the break, let us do a quick feedback session from the judges.
Okay. Thank you very much for a very interesting discussions between Harapan Rendah and Dan Sangers. I think both of the groups has giving a very compelling arguments and quite strong stance for their ideas towards the case study. And yeah, for me, both of the arguments is very interesting, and really, it's hard for me to decide like in which way you are different in terms of one is stands better than the other. So it's very good that both of the team can give a strong point of each of their stance for their proposal. Yeah. And one of the very interesting things that perhaps can be my takeaway is that when you discuss about the OTT and theater, whether they actually complementary goods or as substitute goods, yeah, and that is very interesting to dig up on to that things, because then the answers might give us a different kind of strategies, yeah. But both of your arguments is very compelling. Thank you very much.
Thank you both teams for your presentation and debate. I feel both of you had very strong ideas and opinions about the opposing teams' ideas and concepts. You both were very aggressive to attack certain concepts, but in a controlled manner, which is very respectable. There were very few instances where you defended your own ideas, but in doing so, you managed to defend it in certain cases. The agile method in itself, I mean, in theory, it's great, but in practicality, it's very difficult to execute. There are payoffs, like you mentioned with Rogue One. I didn't know that story personally, but at the same time, there are times where it doesn't pay off. So it's a risk versus reward system, and if executed properly, it can work. But it's very rarely executed properly. Regarding technological advances, potentially doing VR, augmented reality for marketing, I mean, internationally or globally, they do that very often, depending on how much profit they can estimate they can generate in that region. Within Indonesia itself, I think it's a very rare case. I'm thinking maybe they've tried it in certain cases, but it hasn't shown any major payoff on a larger scale from what I've seen. But it's always fun to have something interactive for the audience to enjoy. Thank you for explaining that you had other ideas other than VR. I think both teams had other ideas than what was being mostly attacked as potentially their weakest proposed idea. So there's more to both your presentations, and I appreciate everything that you shared.
I'll just make a quick feedback, but both teams were really solid with their arguments. I think I was following the entire debate. You have each very strong arguments for respective positions, ya. I think tim harapan rendah ya yang di sini ya. Kalian, I was following your agile method really. I was waiting for you to give me a good argument on why we should implement that in OTT actually. And I was really following it up until the other team was giving a very strong counter argument and the time was up. So that was unfortunate for your side. But both were really strong in terms of the VR suggestions. I think that could have been explored actually. I've seen a couple of production houses trying, but maybe it's not as rapidly adopted as it is in the US. But it's more open towards that direction when we're talking about global markets. So there are some potentials in that. But overall, really great job. I really enjoyed this debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you from the judges. Let's give a round of applause. Okay, right now we will have a break session and we will return here at 1:30 p.m. For those who want to have a Friday prayers, you may head to the canteen nearby, canteen near the lobby, where the prayer will be held nearby. Thank you. And for those who doesn't have a Friday prayers, you may eat outside.
To our finalists, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations. Your dedication, hard work, and also strategic brilliance have propelled you to this grand stage. Each one of you is a testament to the potential that lies within the next generation of business leaders. Now, as we anticipate the moment that will define this competition, the announcement of the winners, let us remember that while trophies are a testament to achievement, the true essence of CUBE lies in the process, in the knowledge gain, and also in the relationships formed. Remember that you are all winners in your pursuit of knowledge and also growth. So as we prepare to unveil the results, let us embrace the spirit of camaraderie that has bound us throughout this journey. Let us celebrate the diversity of thoughts and also the shared passion for excellence that has characterized CUBE 2023. Thank you all for being a part of this remarkable journey. With hearts filled with anticipation and also gratitude, let us welcome the moment that will define our champions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nixon, for that very heartfelt closing speech. Okay, and now I'm sure that this is the moment that we all have been waiting for all day today, the winner announcement of CUBE 2023. But anyways, before we announce it, we would first of all like to say on behalf of CUBE 2023, once again, thank you very much to each one of our participants for competing in CUBE 2023. Please know that we appreciate every single one of your hard work, no matter the results that we are going to showcase today. And before we actually have the announcement, I would also like to invite our sponsor from BTA, Paamin, in order to bring forth the awards as well for our each individual winners. Okay, anyways, this is also going to be a surprise for me, so I'm also going to look at the screen. But here we finally have the winners announcement for CUBE 2023, and the very first one is actually the Honorary Mention Award. And so for the Honorary Mention Award, that award goes to Team FBR. Congratulations. And so for Team FBR, we would love for everyone on the team to please come on stage in order to receive your prize, and also for a quick photo session too. Okay, please stand still and nice for the photo, and I will count it down. All right, perfect. 1, 2, 3, cheese. One more time. 1, 2, 3. All right, perfect. There you go. Once again, congratulations, Team FBR, for winning the Honorary Mentions Award. All right, and next up, we have the third place for CUBE 2023, and that award goes to Team Fountain of Youth. Congratulations to Team Fountain of Youth, and you may come onto the stage as well to receive your prize. All right, once again, please take a hold of it. And okay, I will count it down. All right, 1, 2, 3, cheese. And one more time. 1, 2, 3, cheese. All right, perfect. Once again, thank you very much, and congratulations on winning third place towards Team Fountain of Youth. Okay, now this next one, I don't think this one will come easy because second place announcement automatically also showcases the first one, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, second place for CUBE 2023 goes to Team Harapan Rendah. Congratulations to Team Harapan Rendah. You may now come onto the stage in order to receive your prize. All right. Everyone ready? Okay, I will count it down. 1, 2, 3, cheese. All right, and one more time. 1, 2, 3. All right, congratulations once again to Team Hakapan on winning second place of Cube 2023. All right, and I guess the last one is a bit less climactic considering that we already know. But anyways, first place goes to Dan Schengers. Congratulations to Team Dan Schengers on winning the first place of Cube 2023. And now you may come onto the stage as well to receive your prize. Okay, now that everyone is ready, I will count it down. 1, 2, 3, cheese. All right, one more time. 1, 2, 3, cheese. All right, thank you very much once again, and congratulations to Team Dan Schengers for winning the first winner prize of Q 2023. And thank you very much, Amin, for assisting upon providing and assisting in handing out the prizes themselves. And so, with that being said, that does mark the closing, that does mark the announcement, but there is one more thing that we would like to bring forth. First one, we would like for everyone on the team, every single team, to please come onto the stage to have a grand photo session. And so, for all of the teams, you may now come onto the stage for a quick photo session as well. Serious? Once again, for all of the teams, please do come onto the stage and also bring your card that shows your award as well. Okay. All right. Documentation team, is it all good? All good? Okay. Once again, I will count it down. 1, 2, 3, cheese. All right. And one more time. 1, 2, 3. All right, perfect. Once again, audience, please, a huge round of applause to all of our winners of Cube 2023. Oh, and to the teams, you may now return back to your seats. It's okay. Thank you. All right. And more or less, that's about it for Cube 2023. We can see that from today's event, today's competition, there were a lot of ups, there were a lot of downs, there were a lot of heated debates, there were a lot of very interesting points, and we also had some great talks from some very great speakers, whether that be from Starvision, Vision Plus, and also BTA. And I really appreciate you, all of you, for being here and attending, and us from Cube 2023's committee. We also really appreciate your participation, your very active participation within this competition, and sticking with us here until the end. And with all that being said, really hope to see you next year, and goodbye, everyone.